The night has arrived, softly, without announcement. It slips through the window like a kind guest, bringing with it the scent of rain and cedar, and the low hum of the earth settling into rest. You are here now, in this breath, in this moment that asks for nothing. Far away, a bell has already rung. Somewhere, a monk has bowed for the final time today, and in the hush that follows, the world exhales, and so do you. Let the body be still. Let the mind begin to loosen its grip. You do not have to think your way into peace. Peace is already here, like the moon behind thin clouds, waiting for you to notice its light. In the time before sleep, when the world grows quiet and thin, the ancient voices of the Dharma still whisper. They drift through centuries and temples, through forests where lamps once flickered on wooden altars, through the open doorways of dreams. They come not to teach, but to remind that all things rise and fall like breath, that rest is not the absence of life, but its gentlest form. So tonight, as you lie here in the company of stillness, you will travel through the wisdom of ages, not as a listener, but as part of the story itself. You will walk beside monks and wanderers, under moonlight and mist, through temples and silent gardens, each step leading you deeper into calm. Let the sound of the bowl wash over you now. Feel it move through your chest like a wave. It carries with it every thought that clings to wakefulness, every worry that still seeks to speak. Let them drift away like lanterns on a slow river. Your breath is that river, flowing, steady, unhurried. With each inhale, the world brightens within you. With each exhale, it grows softer. There is nothing to fix, nothing to prove, only this moment to surrender to. Now, imagine a small path winding through a forest at night. The air is cool, filled with the scent of pine and damp earth. Fireflies drift lazily between the trees, their light pulsing like the rhythm of your breath. With each step, you leave behind a little more of the day, the voices, the rush, the weight. Ahead, through the trees, you see the faint glow of an ancient temple. Its doors are open, its lamps still burn. A monk waits there, smiling. He bows without words, and you understand. The stories are ready to begin. For tonight, you will rest not only the body, but the heart. You will listen to wisdom as old as the mountains, told in the language of stillness. Let the breath guide you inward. Let the night guide you home. And as the sound fades, let the mind begin to drift between waking and sleep, between silence and story. You are safe here. You are held. You are already beginning to dream. You stand at the doorway of the old temple now. The monk has bowed, and the warm glow from within spills gently across the stone floor, inviting you to step inside. As you cross the threshold, you feel it, the stillness, the quiet breathing of a place that has waited 1,000 years for this very moment. The monk gestures for you to sit. He points to a cushion near a single candle, its flame dancing like a living thought. He says softly, "Before you dream, you must arrive." So you sit. The floor is cool beneath you. Your breath is slow. And in this hush, you begin to notice your body, not as something heavy, but as a landscape. Let us walk through that landscape now. Begin with your feet, those quiet travelers who have carried you through every season. Imagine them resting on soft moss, the earth cool and forgiving beneath them. With each breath, they sink deeper into that softness, the way roots return to soil. Let go. Let the feet grow warm, heavy, safe. Now, let your awareness move upward to your legs, the quiet rivers that have carried you forward. Picture a stream running gently over them, washing away the dust of the day. Each drop of water murmurs the same word, rest. Feel the muscles unwind, the joints loosen. Even the bones remember what it means to be still. Bring your attention to your hips and lower back, the bridge between motion and rest. So much of life lives here, the holding, the carrying, the weight of unspoken stories. Breathe softly into that space. With every exhale, let the stories fall away, like leaves drifting from an old tree. Move now to the abdomen, the quiet center, the ocean beneath the surface. Feel it rise and fall with the tide of your breath. Each wave slower, each pause longer, each movement gentler. The monk whispers, "Do not command the breath. It already knows the way home." Now, bring your awareness to your chest, the temple of the heart. It has worked so long without rest, beating through joy and sorrow, through every dawn and every dusk. Place a hand there and feel its rhythm. It is not only yours, it is the rhythm of every life that has ever breathed. The same pulse that moves through trees, through rivers, through stars. Whisper inwardly, "Thank you." Let the warmth from your hand spread outward, into your shoulders, down your arms, into your palms. They have built, held, given, and reached. Now they rest. Imagine placing them into a bowl of clear water, feeling the tension dissolve like salt. Bring attention to your neck and jaw. So often, this is where the words you didn't speak are still waiting. Let them go now. There is nothing left to say. The night understands. The silence forgives. Let the mouth soften. Let the tongue rest against the roof of the mouth, lightly, as though it too is sleeping. Now, the face, the space through which you've looked upon the world. Let it smooth like water settling after a breeze. The eyes grow heavy, not from effort, but from trust. They can close now. The world no longer needs to be seen. It can simply be felt. Finally, the head. Imagine it resting in the palms of the night. The scalp, the forehead, the crown, all becoming light, open, empty. The monk's voice drifts like smoke. When the body sleeps, let the heart remain awake in kindness. Now, your whole body is still, from the soles of your feet to the top of your head. A single breath moves through it, slow and complete, like wind passing through tall grass. There is nothing to hold, nothing to become. You are here. You have arrived. The candle beside you flickers. Its light touches the walls of the temple, revealing faint murals, stories of Buddhas, of rivers, of stars falling into oceans and rising again as dawn. The monk speaks once more. When the body is at peace, the mind remembers its home. Outside, the sound of the forest deepens, a rhythm as old as the world itself. You sense the night breathing with you, the lake beyond the trees holding its calm reflection, the wind passing over your face like a mother's hand. In this temple, you are not a guest. You are part of the prayer. Every breath you take is a mantra, every heartbeat a bow. Rest now in this stillness. You have arrived in the sacred home of rest. You are ready to dream. You are ready to listen. Tonight, the stories will carry you deeper through the quiet paths of ancient wisdom into the gentle sleep of the awakened heart. High in the Himalayas, where clouds brush the earth and every breath carries the taste of snow, there stands an old monastery carved from stone and silence. Within its walls lives a monk named Tenzin. Each morning, before the first light touches the peaks, he walks barefoot into the great hall and kneels before a blank wooden platform. On it lies nothing but an empty circle, drawn in chalk. To others, it looks like nothing. To Tenzin, it is a universe waiting to be born. From a small pouch, he takes colored sand, crimson, gold, turquoise, and white, and begins to pour, grain by grain, through a thin metal funnel called a shakpur. The sound is faint, like rain falling on feathers. Each movement is careful, each breath measured. He spends hours, then days, then weeks. A dragon of emerald curls beside a lotus of silver. Stars bloom in circles. Mountains rise from dust. Every pattern mirrors the sacred geometry of all things, the balance of wind, fire, water, and mind. Visitors come to watch. They whisper among themselves, "How can he spend so many days on something that will vanish?" But Tenzin never answers. He only smiles, the kind of smile that knows the sky will remain even when the clouds have gone. Each evening, as the light fades through the windows, he bows to his work, not as a craftsman to his creation, but as one wave bows to another. And when the sun returns, he begins again, layer upon layer, until the mandala shines like a mirror made of light. After many days, it is finished. The entire hall glows with color. The floor, the air, the heart itself, all filled with an impossible stillness. The monks gather around. Some bow, some weep quietly. Even the abbot stands in silence, as if afraid that a single word might break the spell. Tenzin takes a deep breath. Then he lifts a white feather brush. Without hesitation, he places it at the edge of the mandala and draws it slowly across the design. The dragons vanish. The mountains collapse. The stars fall into dust. And as the colors blur together, the beauty that once seemed eternal melts into a single stream of gray. No one speaks, only the sound of sand, returning to what it always was. Tenzin gathers the sand into a small bowl. He walks with it through the temple, past the prayer flags fluttering like gentle thoughts, down to the river that runs below the monastery. He kneels by the water's edge. The river is clear, cold, endless. He opens his hands, and the sand drifts away, carried by the current, dancing for a moment in the sun, then disappearing beneath the surface. A younger monk watching whispers, "Master, why destroy such beauty?" Tenzin looks at the water. "Because beauty," he says, "was never destroyed. It only changed places." He cups a little water in his palm and lets it fall again. "This is the teaching of the mandala," he says. "Nothing we love can be kept, but nothing is ever truly lost. The same sand that formed this pattern will one day form clouds, or flowers, or a child's laughter. He smiles. The river knows. The younger monk watches the last of the sand disappear downstream. A strange peace fills his chest. Not joy, not sorrow, but something vast. Something that breathes without beginning or end. He bows deeply, feeling tears slip quietly onto the stone. When he looks up, the master has already begun walking back up the hill, robes fluttering like red wings in the wind. The next morning, Tenzin returns to the hall. Once again, the wooden platform is empty. Once again, he kneels, draws a new circle in chalk, and begins to pour the first grains of sand. He hums softly, a prayer that is not for keeping, but for releasing. And as he works, his heart feels as calm as the river. Each grain, each breath, each passing moment is perfect. Outside, the wind carries the sound of the river to the distant valleys. No one there knows of the Mandala, but somehow the air itself feels lighter. Somewhere, a child laughs. Somewhere, a flower opens. And somewhere, another hand begins its own patient work, knowing that all things change and all things belong. Now, as you rest, feel your breath moving like that river. Each inhale gathers, each exhale releases. There is nothing to hold, nothing to lose. The beauty of this moment is already complete, and so the first story flows into silence, leaving peace behind like footprints in fresh snow. In the next tale, we will rise beyond one river into many, a web of light and reflection, where every heart and every star belong to one another. Story 2. The Jewel Net of Indra. Interdependence will begin after a moment of stillness. In the highest heavens, where the sky folds into itself like 1,000 veils of light, there is said to hang a vast and boundless net, the jewel net of Indra. No one knows when it was woven or by whose hands. Some say it was never made at all, that it simply is, as eternal as space, as clear as silence. At each crossing of its threads, there rests a single jewel, and each jewel reflects all others. Infinite reflections, mirroring one another without end. If you gaze into one, you see the whole universe. Every star, every leaf, every heartbeat. Once, long ago, a wandering monk named Aniruddha dreamed he had fallen into that net. He awoke floating in endless light, surrounded by 1 billion shining orbs. each one breathing softly like a living thing. He saw his own reflection multiplied endlessly, a face within a face within a face, until there was no telling where he ended and the world began. At first, he was afraid. He thought, if I move even a little, I might disturb them all. But then a voice, soft as moonlight, rose from somewhere within the net. It said, "Move, and all will move with you. Shine, and all will shine with you." So he took a breath. The jewels shimmered. The entire sky rippled like water touched by a fingertip. He realized then that the jewels were not separate. Each one held the reflection of every other. In one, he saw the ocean. In another, a flower. In another, a sleeping child. And in the smallest one, he saw his own teacher's smile. The monk began to understand. To harm one jewel was to dim them all. To cherish one was to brighten the universe. He knelt within the net, folded his hands, and whispered, "I see now. There is no I apart from we." As he spoke, the jewels grew brighter. Each reflected his gesture of reverence, until the entire cosmos seemed to bow in return. In that moment, Aniruddha felt something he had never known, a peace that was not his peace, but everyone's. He saw that even the smallest kindness, a cup of water offered, a smile given freely, reaches through the whole net, touching lives he would never meet, hearts he would never see. The voice spoke again. This is how the world breathes, through the golden thread of connection, through the mirror of compassion. Then, as dreams do, the light began to fold inward. The net shimmered one last time, and he awoke. He found himself lying on the stone floor of a forest temple, the morning sun falling across his face like silk. The dew glistened on the leaves. Each drop shone like a jewel. He looked at one drop resting on a blade of grass. In it, he saw the sky. He saw the mountains, the trees, and his own reflection gazing back. He smiled. The jewel net of Indra was not far away. It was here, woven into every breath, every being, every instant of the present moment. As he stood, the monk whispered to the forest, "When I bow, the world bows with me. When I breathe, the world breathes too." The wind stirred in answer. Birdsong rose. The leaves shimmered with light. And for the first time, Aniruddha did not feel alone. Let your breath become that net. With each inhale, imagine light entering through the crown of your head, flowing through every cell, every memory. With each exhale, feel that light move outward, to the people you love, to the strangers you'll never meet, to every being that dreams beneath the same sky. The breath connects all. You are not a single jewel. You are the reflection in them all. The monk returned to his monastery. But now, when he swept the floors, he did it for the world. When he poured tea, he poured it for the stars. And when he looked at others, he no longer saw faces. He saw jewels, each one shining with the same infinite light. Before sleep, he would whisper a small prayer to the sky. May all beings rest well. May all hearts remember their light. Tonight, let that prayer be yours too. The light within you belongs to the light within everything. You are reflected in the stars, and the stars are reflected in you. Rest in that knowing. Rest in the web of peace. As the jewels fade into stillness, the next story begins. A tale of choice and conscience, of a humble weaver who learns that peace is the cloth woven by honest hands. Story 3, The Weaver's Choice. Right livelihood will begin after a few breaths of silence. In a quiet village by a wide green river, there lived a man named Ananta, the village weaver. Each morning, before the birds began to sing, he would sit by his wooden loom, hands moving slowly, feet pressing the pedals in a rhythm as steady as breath. The sound of the loom was the heartbeat of his days. Tap, hum, slide, tap. His cloth was known far beyond the village. It was simple, but strong. Farmers wore it to the fields. Monks wrapped it around their shoulders for meditation. Even children used the soft scraps as blankets for sleep. Ananta lived modestly. He sold only enough to eat and repair his tools. He said, "Each thread is a prayer. If I weave with greed, the cloth will not breathe." The villagers laughed sometimes, but they trusted his work. Then, one year, a new merchant came to the town, rich, clever, and hungry for gold. He saw Ananta's cloth and said, "You are talented, but slow. If you work for me, I will make you rich. Use cheaper thread, less dye. No one will notice." Ananta looked at the man's fine robes, then at his own rough tunic. For a moment, he felt the weight of poverty. He imagined his family eating well, his house repaired, his name known. But when he looked back at his loom, he saw the half-finished cloth, the threads glowing softly in the morning light, alive as if breathing. He remembered the words of his teacher long ago. A thing made without truth cannot bring peace to the heart. The merchant's voice grew softer, tempting. Think, weaver, you could make 10 times the profit. The world values gold, not honesty. Ananta smiled faintly. Then let the world have gold, he said, and I will have peace. The merchant frowned. You are a fool. But Ananta only bowed his head and turned back to his loom. As the merchant's footsteps faded down the path, Ananta's hands found their rhythm again. Tap, hum, slide, tap. The threads tightened, and a feeling of quiet joy rose through him, as though the loom itself were blessing him for his choice. Days passed, weeks turned to months. The merchant's shop grew large and his gold heavy. But people soon discovered that his cloth frayed easily, the colors fading after a single wash. One by one, they returned to Ananta. They said, "Your cloth lasts. It feels alive." He smiled and answered simply, "It was woven with breath, not hurry." One evening, as the sun sank over the river, a monk passing through the village stopped by Ananta's hut. He watched the weaver at his loom and said, "You work as if the Buddha were watching." Ananta laughed softly. "He is, but not from above, from within the threads." The monk nodded. "Then you have understood right livelihood. To make something useful, with a clear mind and a kind heart, is to weave peace into the world." He placed a single coin on the table, old, worn, shining in the candlelight. "May your work continue to bless others." Ananta bowed. "The cloth does the blessing, not I." After the monk left, Ananta sat quietly by his loom. The air was warm and still. He closed his eyes and felt the thread between his fingers. Smooth, endless, like the breath that ties all things together. He whispered to himself, "Every choice is a thread. When woven with care, it becomes peace." That night, a breeze moved through the open window, and the half-finished cloth fluttered softly. It caught the light of the lamp, and for an instant, it looked as if the stars themselves were shining through its weave. The loom was silent now, but its rhythm lingered in the air, the rhythm of honest work, the music of a heart at rest. So, as you lie here, listen for that rhythm, the quiet pulse of something made with love. It is in the breath, in the heartbeat, in the stillness around you. Let it weave through your body. Let it mend what was torn. Let it remind you that peace is the fabric of truth. The night deepens. The threads of honesty and rest intertwine, and from their quiet strength, another story begins to form. Now, we journey into the monastery once more, where silence itself becomes the teacher. Story 4: The Silent Bell. Monastic discipline will begin after a moment of calm. In a monastery surrounded by cedar and mist, a young novice named Kayin awoke each day before sunrise. He was the youngest among 50 monks, eager and curious, his head newly shaven, his robe too large for his small frame. But more than anything, he struggled with silence. Every morning, the great bell rang to call the monks to meditation. Its sound rolled across the valley like thunder made of silk. And after that bell, the monastery would become still. No talking, no whispering, not even the rustle of robes louder than the wind. Kayin found this unbearable. His thoughts were loud, 1,000 voices speaking at once. He wanted to tell someone about the dream he had, the bird he saw, the question he couldn't stop thinking about. How can silence teach anything? But the rule was strict: no words until sunset. The silence was their teacher. One morning, during walking meditation, Kayin's sandals slipped on the wet stones. A bucket tipped over nearby, spilling water across the courtyard. The sound broke the stillness like glass. Every monk froze. Kayin bowed quickly, face burning with shame. He expected the master to scold him, but the old teacher, Ryoke, only looked at the spilled water and said softly, "The bell has spoken early today." That evening, Kayin went to the master's hut. He knelt outside the door and whispered, "Master, how can a bell speak when no one strikes it?" The old monk smiled. "Everything speaks," he said, "when you are quiet enough to hear." The next day, Kayin tried harder to still his thoughts, but silence felt heavy, like trying to hold his breath. He sat in the meditation hall, his knees aching, his mind wandering like a restless bird. He thought of his home, his mother's voice, the river where he used to play. And then he noticed something new. Amid his noise, there was another sound. At first faint, then clearer, the slow drip of water from the roof, falling into a small stone basin beside him. Drop, pause, drop. Each sound disappeared into the next, like a heartbeat of the world. He began to follow it with his breath. Inhale, the space before the drop. Exhale, the sound of its fall. Slowly, his body softened. His thoughts quieted. The drip became a bell. The bell became breath, and the breath became stillness. When the morning meditation ended, the master walked past and paused behind him. He said quietly, "Now you understand. Silence is not the absence of sound. It is the absence of self." Kayin opened his eyes. For the first time, the world looked perfectly awake. Each leaf trembling, each shadow alive. The silence was full. Days turned into seasons. Kayin no longer struggled. He learned to sweep the floors, carry water, and tend to the garden without hurry. His silence deepened until even the birds seemed to land closer when he worked. One evening, as the sun set beyond the pines, the master brought him to the temple bell. "Kayen," he said, "you will strike the bell for evening meditation." Kayen bowed low, grateful and nervous. He lifted the wooden mallet, waited, and struck the bell once. The sound rolled through the air, through the trees, through the bodies of all who heard. Then it faded, slowly into nothing. When only silence remained, the master said, "Now, strike it again, but this time do not lift the mallet." Kayen blinked, puzzled. "How can I strike the bell without moving?" "Listen," said the master. "When the sound is gone, listen deeper. There is a second bell that never stops." Kayen closed his eyes. He listened. The world seemed to hold its breath, and then he heard it, not with his ears, but with his heart, a vibration beneath all things, the soundless sound, the eternal hum of being. Tears filled his eyes. He whispered, "The bell never stopped ringing." The master smiled, "It never will." That night, Kayen sat outside his hut, watching the moon rise over the dark pines. He did not speak. He did not need to. The wind carried his silence for him. When sleep came, it came like a soft bow. His dreams were filled not with sound, but with the deep comfort of quiet, the kind that holds everything and asks for nothing. Now the night grows deep, and another story begins. One of courage, forgiveness, and compassion that shines even in the face of danger. Story 5. The Tale of Queen Samavati. Compassion in adversity will begin after a short stillness. Long ago, in the ancient city of Kosambi, there lived a queen named Samavati. Her beauty was spoken of in poems, but it was her kindness that made people bow in gratitude when they spoke her name. She ruled beside King Udana, a man proud and quick-tempered, yet he loved her deeply. Every morning, before the palace awoke, Samavati would open her window to let the light of dawn in. She would whisper a prayer, not for wealth or power, but for peace in the hearts of all beings. But peace, as she knew, does not come without testing. Among the king's wives was another, Magandia, jealous of Samavati's grace and compassion. Her heart was filled with bitterness, and her words dripped with venom disguised as charm. She whispered lies to the king, that Samavati mocked him, that she plotted behind his back, that her kindness was only a mask. At first, the king refused to believe, But Magandia's words were like drops of poison in his ear. Slowly, doubt began to cloud his heart. One day, anger overcame him. He forbade Samavati from leaving her chambers and withdrew his affection. Yet even in sorrow, the queen remained gentle. Her maids urged her to defend herself, to expose Magandia's lies, but she only smiled. "Truth needs no defense," she said. "Like the moon behind clouds, it waits, patient, until the wind clears." Days turned into weeks. The court grew tense. Rumors swirled like dust in sunlight. Then one night, a messenger came running through the corridors, his face pale with fear. "Your Majesty," he cried, "the Queen's chambers are aflame." Magandia, in her hatred, had ordered the doors barred and set the room alight. The flames rose high. The heat was fierce. Servants wept and fled. But inside, Queen Samavati stood calm. Her maids trembled, begging her to escape through the window. She placed her hands together and said, "No fire can burn what is already free." They watched in awe as she began to speak softly, a chant of loving kindness, a prayer for those who harmed her. "May all beings be free from anger. May those who harm learn compassion. May even this fire know peace." Her voice was steady. Her eyes shone like still water reflecting the flames. And as she prayed, something extraordinary happened. The fire, fierce moments ago, seemed to soften. The air filled not with smoke, but with a fragrance of sandalwood. When the king arrived, the fire had already burned out. All that remained were ashes, and within them, the queen's rosary, unscathed. He fell to his knees, trembling, tears streaking his face. "Samavati," he whispered, "what have I done?" A gentle voice rose behind him. He turned, and there she stood, untouched, radiant in the faint glow of dawn. "Majesty," she said softly, "anger is a fire greater than this. Let it burn no longer." The king bowed his head. From that day, his heart changed. He ruled with kindness and patience, and honored Samavati not just as queen, but as his teacher. Years later, when travelers spoke of her, they did not speak of her beauty or power, but of her voice. A voice that prayed even for her enemies. A voice that turned fire to light. Her story spread across kingdoms, and those who heard it would close their eyes and whisper her words before sleep. May all beings be safe. May all beings be peaceful. May all hearts, even those that hurt, remember love. So tonight, As you lie beneath your own quiet sky, imagine that same light, soft, warm, forgiving, resting gently on your chest. Let it spread with every breath. Let it soothe what still burns within you. And if you feel sorrow, anger, or fear, let them drift away on that light, like smoke dissolving into dawn. Compassion, like fire, transforms everything it touches. It turns pain into wisdom, darkness into warmth, and fear into rest. Rest now in the kindness that lives inside you. Let it cradle you. Let it breathe for you. And now, as the palace of the heart grows silent, a new voice rises, a wandering spirit, lost in the hunger of its own longing, seeking peace through release. Story 6. The Hungry Ghost. Understanding desire will begin after a moment of stillness. In the shadow between worlds, where dreams and dawn drift together, there once wandered a spirit called Marana. She was what the old texts called a hungry ghost, a being born of longing. Her body was thin as mist, her throat narrow as a reed, her hunger endless. No matter what she ate, it turned to ash upon her tongue. No matter what she drank, it burned like fire in her belly. So she roamed the desert of the unseen, chasing after every shimmer, every echo, every promise of satisfaction. Once, she saw a feast laid out beneath a great tree. The air was sweet with the scent of rice and mango, and the bowls shone like moons. She reached for them, but her hands passed through. The food vanished like smoke. She wept, and her tears fell as sparks upon the sand. From the darkness, a voice spoke, not loud, but steady, like the sound of water flowing over stones. "Marana," it said, "why do you chase what cannot feed you?" She turned. Before her stood a monk, his robe the color of dusk, his eyes full of calm. "I am hungry," she cried. "Everything I touch disappears." The monk nodded. "You are not hungry for food," he said. "You are hungry for peace." He sat down upon the ground and gestured for her to do the same, but she hesitated. "No one has ever sat beside me. They all turn away." "Then let this be the first time," said the monk, "that someone stays." So she sat. The desert wind blew between them, cool and soft. After a long while, the monk said, "Tell me, what do you desire most?" Marana thought, "I want to feel full. I want the fire in me to stop burning." The monk smiled gently. "Then feed what is empty. but not with things that fade. He reached into his bowl and lifted a single drop of water. It sparkled in the moonlight. "Drink this," he said. She frowned. "It's so small." "It's enough," he replied, "if you truly taste it." She leaned forward, and the droplet touched her lips. For the first time in lifetimes, she felt coolness, not in her throat, but in her heart. Her eyes widened. "What was that?" The monk said, "It was compassion." He looked at her kindly. "Hunger is not your enemy," he said. "It is a teacher. It shows you where you have forgotten to love." Marana began to weep again, but this time the tears did not burn. They fell to the sand, and from each one a small white flower grew. She whispered, "I have chased for so long, always reaching, always wanting." The monk nodded. "And now?" She closed her eyes. "For the first time, I want nothing." The monk smiled. "Then the fire is out. When desire ends, peace begins." He placed his hand gently over her chest. "Feel that," he said. "The heart that always wanted, it beats quietly now." She felt it, a soft, steady rhythm, like the sea resting after the storm. When she opened her eyes, the monk was gone. Only the desert remained, but it no longer looked barren. The sand shimmered with the light of dawn, and in every grain she saw the reflection of a calm sky. She took a deep breath. It filled her completely. For the first time, she was full. From that day, the villagers said that the desert had changed. Flowers began to grow where none had bloomed before. The wind that once howled now carried the scent of jasmine, and sometimes, at twilight, they would hear the faintest sound, a whisper like a lullaby. To want nothing is to have everything. So tonight, if you feel restless, if your heart is still searching, remember Marana. You do not need to chase the light. You are already made of it. Let go. Let the hunger fade. Let the peace that has waited so long finally feed you. With each breath, you are more than enough. With each exhale, you come home. Rest now, dear soul. The thirst has ended. The stillness remains. Now, as the hunger of the world quiets, one final story remains, a story of selfless love, of awakening beyond the self. Story 7. The Bodhisattva's Vow. Beyond self will begin after a brief silence. In a quiet monastery by the ocean, there lived a monk named Sumedha, a man who had walked long upon the path of awakening. He had seen the world's joys and sorrows rise and fall, like the tide before his cell. He had known hunger and fullness, loss and love, and now, nearing the end of his journey, his heart was still and vast. One night, as the moon climbed high, Sumedha sat in meditation on the temple's wooden floor. The waves below whispered like 1,000 breathing hearts. As he breathed in, he felt the pain of the world. As he breathed out, he felt it ease for just a moment. Then came a stillness so deep, it felt like the world had stopped. No wind, no sound, no thought. In that space, a great light appeared before him, clear, endless, welcoming. He knew what it was: the threshold of nirvana, the gate to perfect peace. He could cross it now, leave behind birth and death, joy and sorrow. He had earned it. But then, a single sound rose from below. He heard someone weeping, not near, not far, but within the endless halls of life. The cry of a mother holding her child, a man lost in regret, a bird fallen from the sky, a spirit still searching for light. He opened his eyes. The light before him was beautiful, but behind him, the world was still suffering. He looked once more toward nirvana, then turned away. He whispered, "How can I rest while others still wander?" And so, Sumedha bowed to the light and made a vow. "Until all hearts are free, I will remain. Until all tears have dried, I will return. Until even the smallest being has found peace, I will not cross the final shore." The light shimmered, then folded gently around him like a blessing, and when it faded, he was once again sitting in the quiet hall, moonlight resting softly upon his hands. He was still the same, yet something vast had opened within him, a calm without boundaries, a love without a name. From that day on, wherever he walked, the air felt lighter. Those who met him felt their burdens ease, though he spoke no words. When asked about his peace, he only smiled and said, "The heart that stays for others never grows old." Years passed. The monk's body aged, but his vow only deepened. And when he finally closed his eyes for the last time, the sea outside his window was utterly still, as if bowing. The villagers said that at the moment of his passing, a soft breeze moved through the temple, carrying the scent of lotus and rain. The lamps flickered, but did not go out. They say that even now, on quiet nights, when the tide rises, you can hear a whisper carried on the waves. "Until all find peace, I remain." Now, as you listen, let that vow rest gently in your breath. Each inhale, a receiving of peace. Each exhale, a giving of kindness. The Bodhisattva's vow is not distant. It lives in every heart that chooses love over fear, patience over anger, compassion over sleep. You do not need to save the world tonight. You only need to breathe for it. With each breath, imagine your heart expanding like light, touching every being who dreams beneath the same sky. Let them rest. Let them heal. Let them know they are not alone. And as your heart softens, so does the world. Each beat is a blessing. Each breath is a vow. Stay here in this kindness. Let it cradle you. Let it hum through your body like a lullaby from the stars. The stories are ending now, but peace remains, steady, wide, and luminous. Let it carry you gently into a field of calm and golden sleep. Now, as the heart grows still, a final practice unfolds, a whisper of loving kindness, a soft circle of blessings to guide you through the night. Next segment, sleep affirmations and loving kindness practice will begin softly after a brief silence. The stories have fallen silent now. Only the quiet remains, the sound of your breath, the rhythm of the night. Everything that needed to be heard has already been spoken. Everything that needed to be done is already complete. Now, there is nothing left to reach for, nothing to fix, only to rest. Take a slow breath in and a long breath out. Again, breathe in light. Breathe out release. Let the body soften as if it's dissolving into the bed beneath you. Muscles unwinding, shoulders sinking, heart floating weightless in calm. There is nowhere you need to go, no one you need to be. This moment is enough. Now, let us offer gentle wishes, not as words, but as warmth spreading from your heart outward like ripples across still water. May I be safe. May I be peaceful. May I rest in kindness. May I forgive myself for the ways I have struggled. May I forgive others for the ways they have hurt. May peace return to every place where pain once lived. Now, feel that peace expand, wider than your body, wider than your room, touching every sleeping soul beneath this sky. May all beings be free from fear. May all hearts be filled with ease. May the weary find rest tonight. You do not need to try to love the world. You already are the world, breathing, glowing, a single pulse within the great rhythm of being. Let go now. Let the edges of you dissolve. There is no separation between your breath and the breath of the trees, the sea, the stars. You are part of everything that rests. May I let go of this day. May I fall into sleep with trust. May my dreams be gentle, my heart open, my body safe. Now, the heart grows quiet, the breath slows, even the thoughts begin to drift like clouds fading into starlight. You are safe. You are loved. You are home. Let the body sleep. Let the mind dream. Let the soul rest in kindness. Sleep peacefully, dear one. The Buddha sleeps within your heart. The night holds you gently, and all is well. Good night.